The Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, we praise you that everyone is safe after the weekend shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You continue to be our refuge and strength, for your powerful presence places a shield of favor around us. Lord, we resonate with the psalmist who declared in Psalm 124, "If the Lord had not been on our side when people attacked us, they would have swallowed us alive when their anger flared against us." We thank you for the men and women who daily risk their lives to keep us safe as they strive to bind the pathology of the demonic. Compensate them for their competence, commitment, and courage. Today, use our lawmakers to cause justice to roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. We pray in your strong name. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Robert Cicada of Florida to be Director, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
I often come to the floor to talk about milestones in the history of this institution, the United States Senate. Today, I pay tribute to a member of our Senate family who has devoted a half a century of service to this institution. In 1976, Mario D'Angelo was hired by the Senate Sergeant at Arms to manage all barbershops in the U.S. Capitol, including the Senate barbershop. As manager, he supervised a remodel of what was then called the Senator's Only barbershop before it closed in 1981. And I think today we wondered why would they ever have a Senator's Only barbershop. So finally, senators had to sit with every other client to get a haircut. Prior to his job in the United States Senate, Mario worked briefly on the House side, helping prepare mail and other documents for distribution. Now, Mario was born in Italy. You might say he was born with a pair of silver scissors in his hand. His dad, Domenico, was also a barber. Mario came to America at the age of 12. Eventually, he followed in his father's footsteps. For nearly a decade, Mario worked as a barber with his dad and uncle before his employment here on U.S. Capitol Hill. At some point in the 1990s, the Senate barbershop merged with the Woman's Beauty Shop located in the basement of the Russell Senate Office Building. To this day, the term Senate haircut, hair care, I better say that again. To this day, Senate hair care serves lawmakers, employees, and residents here on Capitol Hill. I've been a regular customer of Mario's for many, many years. With my busy schedule in Washington and traveling back and forth to Iowa when the Senate is not in session, I'm grateful to be able to get a quick haircut. I don't like to waste time like hopefully my fellow senators don't want to. And when I sit down in Mario's barbershop, I know I can count on quick, competent service, delivered with professionalism and precision. Some Americans think Congress gets free haircuts. I can assure you that is not the case. I hope the Iowans that come to my town meetings and ask me a question from time to time, they get this question off the internet. How come you senators don't pay Social Security taxes, and how come you get free haircuts? I've been telling them for 45 years that's never been the case, but they don't, they still tend to believe what they read on the internet. So, finally, I'm here to once again congratulate Mario on 50 years of service here in the United States Senate. I consider Mario a friend. I have no doubt that his work ethic carries on through his sons Michael and Nicholas, and 4 great-grandchildren, Alexander, Isabel, Gabriel, and Leo. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Roll. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the events of Saturday night were horrifying. It is difficult to believe that this is the third time President Trump has faced an assassination attempt. And as we know, the shooter's ambitions in this instance extended even further to other administration officials and to the Vice President. I'm very grateful that tragedy was averted and that all attendees at the dinner are safe. But I remain deeply disturbed by the fact that we are looking at the third such instance now in 2 years. I'm thankful for the many law enforcement officers who responded, and particularly those who secured the shooter before he could harm the president or anyone else at the event. And I'm particularly thankful for the Capitol Police, who activated quickly to provide support at the scene and help not only members but staffers make their way home safely. Mr. President, Saturday night's events were a grim reminder of the need for law enforcement. And incredibly, some of the law enforcement officers who responded are working for a department that is currently completely unfunded thanks to Democrats' refusal to negotiate on an appropriations bill. I very much hope that after this weekend's events, we can all agree that law enforcement agencies at the Department of Homeland Security and the entire department need to be funded as quickly as humanly possible. Mr. President, on Thursday, we passed the budget resolution, and we're now one step closer to completing a bill to fund border security and immigration enforcement for the next 3 years. So why are we here, Mr. President? Why are we being forced to consider a reconciliation bill to fund border security and immigration enforcement at the Department of Homeland Security? And why are we moving to fund these priorities for the next 3 years? And the answer, Mr. President, is because Democrats have refused to fund border security and immigration enforcement. They've refused to fund immigrations and customs enforcement. They've refused to fund border patrol. They've opted not to protect our borders. Mr. President, perhaps realizing that an untenable position that they are in, Democrats have placed themselves in, we've heard a lot of bluster from the Democrat leader on this issue. You'd like people to think that we are here because Republicans refuse to agree to any ICE reforms and that we somehow prefer funding border security and immigration enforcement through reconciliation. Well, Mr. President, give me a break. As the record abundantly reflects, Republicans bent over backward to reach an agreement with Democrats. The White House not only implemented its own ICE reforms after the events in Minneapolis, it repeatedly offered Democrats a robust package of legislative reforms. The Democrat leader had the nerve to mention body cameras the other day, as if Republicans had refused to agree to body cameras. So let me just refresh his memory. Back in January, Republicans and Democrats had agreed on DHS funding legislation. And do you know what it contained? More money for body cameras. And then when Democrats reneged on our agreement and demanded more, the White House offered Democrats a number of other things, including, that's right, still more money for body cameras. We are here, Mr. President, not because Republicans wouldn't agree to accept reforms, but because Democrats would not accept any agreement, no matter how substantive. The record would suggest that they never really wanted one, that they were in search of a talking point, not a solution, a political issue that they could use in November. But I think it remains to be seen how well defund law enforcement and defund the border are going to play for them this fall. Because let's be very clear, Mr. President, that's what this is. Democrats refuse to fund immigration and customs enforcement at all. They refuse to fund border patrol at all. What does that mean? It means they've refused to provide any funding for deporting criminal legal immigrants, no matter how heinous their crimes. It means they've refused to provide any funding for a physical presence at the border. I talked about the Biden border crisis on the floor last week, about the 4 years of record-breaking illegal immigration at the southern border that occurred on President Biden's watch. Well, what Democrats are opting for now is even worse. At least we had the Border Patrol under President Biden. Now Democrats are really opting for borders that are entirely open. Mr. President, the evils of the Biden border crisis are still being felt. Last month, 18-year-old Sheridan Gorman, college student taking a walk with her friends, was shot by an illegal immigrant who entered the country under President Biden and was released from custody in 2023. And Sheridan is just one of a number of American women who were killed by illegal immigrants who entered the country during the Biden border crisis. Mr. President, millions of illegal immigrants, some of them dangerous individuals, were released into the interior of the country under President Biden. The Biden border crisis facilitated the passage of drugs across the southern border, facilitated the passage of dangerous individuals. It left communities and cities, including blue cities, far from the border, overwhelmed with the influx of migrants. I won't recapitulate everything that I said last week on the Biden border crisis, but it underscores the breathtaking irresponsibility of Democrats' current position. Border security and immigration enforcement are crucial functions of government. They are essential to maintaining public safety. And Democrats have opted not to fund them at all. No personnel at our borders. No federal agents taking dangerous criminal illegals off of our streets. Open the borders and defund law enforcement. That's the position the Democrats now own. As for Republicans, Mr. President, we will continue to move forward to fund these critical functions of government. And as long as we're in charge, we will do everything in our power to ensure that our borders are secure and dangerous criminals are not on our streets. Mr. President, I yield the floor and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, I and we all are relieved that no one was seriously injured in the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner over the weekend. No matter the perpetrator, no matter the motive, political violence endangers our democracy. I denounce political violence in all its forms, as I always have and always will. I commend law enforcement's swift response to apprehend the gunman, which undoubtedly saved many lives, and that includes the Secret Service. Now, on the need to fund the Secret Service. I just heard Leader Thune lashing out. I sympathize with him. He's in a real pickle. He's fighting with his own Republican Party Speaker in the House. His caucus here is factionalized as to what to do, as to how we fund both ICE and CPB, and even DHS. They're in a mess. So what does the Republican leader do? He points fingers at Democrats. That's absurd. The idea that Democrats are somehow to blame for this Republican shutdown of DHS is just ridiculous. And Thune and his Republican leadership ought to act like adults and help us solve this problem during a serious times like these, instead of pointing fingers in another direction. At this very moment, funding for Secret Service and so many other agencies is sitting idly in the House of Representatives, not waiting for Democrats, we don't run the House, waiting for Republicans. And Republicans somehow, especially the right-wing propaganda, just blames Democrats with no logic, no rationale. What Republican right-wing propaganda is saying couldn't be further from the truth. Democrats have wanted to fund all of the law-abiding agencies at DHS, and we worked with Republicans, Leader Thune, here in the House to do it, here in the Senate to do it. Democrats looked to compromise with Republicans as we pushed for common-sense reforms for ICE and other agencies, and twice, Democrats and Republicans here in the Senate unanimously passed a bill that would fund all of the agencies within DHS except for ICE and Border Patrol, which are already funded. Let me say that again. Democrats unanimously supported funding the vast majority of DHS, including Secret Service, not once, but twice. We passed it in the Senate, not once, but twice. It was House Republicans, not Democrats, who blocked funding for Secret Service, TSA, CISA, Coast Guard, FEMA, and other agencies that we all agree should be funded. House Republicans could and should fund Secret Service today, but instead they're holding it up. And so Leader Thune, if he wants to be constructive, if he wants to get something done, should stop pointing fingers in this direction and start looking in the mirror, or at least look down the hall and start talking some sense to the House Republicans who seem to be tied in a knot because the right-wing MAGA few refuse to go forward. Republicans ought to start standing up to Speaker Johnson and the House Freedom Caucus and say we must fund this. And that applies to the Republican leader, who has a greater responsibility than just inanely pointing fingers to the other side of the aisle. To the Republicans, House, Senate, stop with the partisan games, advance the bipartisan bill that we all passed unanimously in the Senate, and we could get the funding for Secret Service and other agencies done. On the budget resolution, last week the nation saw what Republicans are prioritizing. Instead of lowering Americans' costs and funding agencies like Secret Service, on amendment after amendment, vote after vote, Democrats held Republicans accountable in last week's vote-a-rama for trying to give ICE and Border Patrol up to $140 billion, but zero to lower Americans' costs. Democrats gave Republicans opportunities to join us in lowering out-of-pocket health care costs, in reducing child care costs, in stopping insurance company delays, in protecting school meals. Republicans said no over and over again, simply to take $140 billion and put it into ICE and Border Patrol. Can you believe it? Can you believe it, America? At a time when Americans are crying out for relief, Republicans are tying this Senate in knots, all to cut Trump's rogue agencies a blank check with no significant reform that the American people want. If Republicans think they're finished taking these difficult votes, they got another thing coming. Democrats will make sure Republicans face more votes on affordability when reconciliation comes back up in a few weeks, because it's so important to the American people. We will continue to expose Republicans' economic agenda for what it is, an utter disaster for working Americans. It's no wonder Trump's numbers are lower than they have ever been. He's not addressing what the American people want, and Republicans in the House and Senate just follow him blindly. The GOP has completely lost sight of the needs of the American people right now. Trump wants to seclude himself in a walled palace, literally. His party's now trying to use their reconciliation process to pave the way for Donald Trump's gilded ballroom. If Republicans truly want to improve security, they should join Democrats in funding the Secret Service, not Donald Trump's luxury ballroom. Americans want us to help them put food on their tables and gas in their tanks, not to help Donald Trump put more gold on his walls. On Iran. In Iran, the hole Donald Trump dug himself into grows deeper and deeper by the day. Every day Trump continues this war, the harder it will be for him to escape that hole. This Friday will mark 60 days since Donald Trump officially notified Congress of his foolhardy venture in Iran, a war he launched without declaration or authorization from Congress, without a plan, without a goal, without knowledge of how much it would cost or how long it would last. It's incredible. Never seen such a ridiculous, harmful, unthought out, erratic foreign policy venture as this war with Iran is, totally started by Trump. There was no clamor in America to do it. 60 days is the threshold under the War Powers Act, which several of my Republican colleagues clearly recognize. But it didn't take 60 days for anyone to recognize Trump's mismanagement of this war. We have given Senate Republicans 5 opportunities to support our War Powers resolution. Each time they chose to back Trump and prolong this blunder even longer. Democrats will give Republicans a 6th opportunity to support our resolution this week. And by the end of the week, we will cross the 60-day threshold, and Trump's flaunting of our congressional war powers will be undeniable. I urge Republicans to support our resolution instead of continuing to tie themselves to this reckless war. I urge Republicans to have a little courage. You hear when they talk to one another, when they even talk to us, they know what folly this war has been. In terms of its cost, huge amounts of cost. In terms of the loss of life, in terms of oil prices and Americans paying more than $4 a gallon at the pump. So if Republicans voted with us, they'd be doing Donald Trump a big favor. Negotiations remain frozen. Gas prices remain over $4 a gallon. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed, and our service members, including those actively enforcing a blockade of the strait, remain in harm's way. The other day, Trump said that gas prices could be high, quote, for a little while. That's what he said. Well, the Pentagon reportedly notified Congress last week that it could take 6 months after the war ends to sweep the Iranian minefields in the strait. 6 months is not a little while for the American people, who every week struggle to figure out how to pay the damn bills. That's what's happening here. Every week, Americans are getting crushed by the cost of this war every time they go to the pump, and that's 6 months after the war ends. Unfortunately, there's still no end in sight. Trump doesn't know what he's doing. He sends envoys here to Pakistan, leave Pakistan, be here. Maybe in the first week or two, some people thought there's a strategy here. Now it's clear to everybody there is none. And there's no ends in sight. Democrats will continue to force votes on our War Powers Resolution every week this war rages on. Allowing this reckless war to continue would be a supreme dereliction of my colleagues' duty under the Constitution. Yield the floor, and note the absence of a quorum.
Call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Democratic Whip.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today the city of Chicago is in mourning. On Saturday, Chicago police officer John Bartholomew was fatally shot after taking a robbery suspect to the hospital. Officer Bartholomew had been on the force for 10 years. In that decade, he became known by his station and his community as someone you could always count on. When it snowed, he was the first one outside to shovel. At the station, officers often heard him singing his lungs out in the locker room. Loving father, faithful husband to his wife Renee, Loretta and I offer our deepest condolences to the Bartholomew family. Officer Bartholomew's partner, a 21-year veteran of the Chicago Police Department, remains in critical condition. We should all pray for his fast and full recovery. But only 12 hours after this awful shooting in Chicago, our nation watched in horror as a different gunman attacked the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Let's be clear, whether right or left, political violence has no place in America, none. I'm grateful no one was seriously injured at the Hilton. This attack, however, shows a sobering pattern of escalating political violence. Last year, we witnessed the horrific assassination of Minnesota House Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, the attempted murder of Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. These attacks have a chilling impact on politics. Town hall meetings now are requiring metal detectors. People are wary of open-air events. Political violence is corrosive to democracy. It is an American crisis, and one that is made worse by the growing arsenal of dangerous guns in our country. These weapons flooding our streets make what is already an incredibly difficult job for our nation's law enforcement and security personnel even more dangerous. Our police are being outgunned by people who are fomenting violence. For our communities, our law enforcement officers, our country, we've got to do more to stop this gun violence. It is a national scourge. And now on a totally separate topic. Earlier this month, President Trump issued his fiscal year 2027 budget proposal. It includes a 42% increase in military spending for the war in Iran. That war is costing us, we estimate, $1 billion a day. We are now into 2 months and even longer in that war at $1 billion a day. Meanwhile, as the president asked for more money for the military for his war in Iran, he's slashing billions of dollars in investments for medical research and disease prevention. What a senseless, reckless idea from the Trump administration. Let me tell you a story about why this is so troubling. Over 10 years ago, I went to the National Institutes of Health, the preeminent medical research agency in the world, and I met with Dr. Francis Collins. I think Francis Collins is an American hero. He led the NIH through presidents of both political parties, a real professional. I said to Dr. Collins, I've been in Congress long enough to remember a time when a congressman from Illinois named John Porter and 2 senators, one Republican and one Democrat, came together and led a bipartisan effort to actually double the NIH budget of that day. I don't know if I can match that, Dr. Collins, I said, but what can I do? Here's what he told me. He said, if Congress could provide 5% real growth in the medical research budget each year, we'll light up the scoreboard. He assured me there were so many great ideas just on the cusp of being realized. Curing diseases, sparing suffering, giving families hope. And he said, if we can just let the researchers know that we're going to be there to help them year in and year out until they reach their goal, with that confidence, they can achieve greatness. So we set out to do it. I came here to the Senate and put together a little team. It was easy in some respects. My partner in the effort on the Democratic side was Patty Murray. Patty Murray has been in the Senate longer than I have, and I will tell you something. She is a real dramatic leader when it comes to appropriations and is the ranking Democrat on the Appropriations Committee now. She was anxious to help to make sure medical research was funded. And then I found a Republican who was a great partner, Roy Blunt of Missouri, chairman of the Appropriations Committee. I sat down with Roy, and he was sold instantly to make this 5% growth every year a cause. Roy was a great partner. Lamar Alexander from Tennessee, when he served here, was another one of our partners. Since then, we have been joined by Susan Collins. She chairs the Senate Appropriations Committee and has a real commitment to medical research. We grew the budget for NIH from the time I visited Dr. Collins from $30 billion to $49 billion today. The 5% a year was virtually guaranteed. And those aren't just numbers on a sheet. They consistently mean new cures and treatments. We've developed new, more effective ways to deliver chemo drugs directly into brain tumors, breakthrough treatments for sickle cell, continued progress in fight for patients with dementia, Alzheimer's, ALS, and Parkinson's. Those reliable funding increases gave confidence to our researchers, giving them the belief that they can continue and actually reach their goal of finding a cure. Last year, President Trump's budget sought to end NIH's budget and sought to cut NIH's budget by 40%, $18 billion in 1 year. That's what the president proposed. Thankfully, this body, on a bipartisan basis, rejected President Trump's cuts in medical research and actually provided a nominal increase. But this president is back at it again. $1 billion a day for his war in Iran, but now he is knocking on Congress's door to cut $6 billion from the NIH and $3 billion from the Center for Disease Control. HHS Secretary Kennedy struggled recently to defend his budget request. Why would he want to cut 4,600 fewer research grants across the nation? That's potentially 4,600 cures. Those cuts would extinguish hope for patients and devastate America's standing as the world leader in medical research. America's been lucky. As a country of immigrants, our immigrants have made this a better life for America from day one. We've attracted the best and brightest minds from all corners of the globe. In case it needs to be stated, it's a good thing, not a bad thing. When you or a loved one have a medical emergency and go to the hospital, oftentimes you'll see nurses and staff from all over the world. A doctor's name badge might indicate that they weren't originally from this country. That's no coincidence. 64% of foreign-trained physicians practicing in areas of this country where there's a shortage of healthcare professionals. Unfortunately, President Trump's current crackdown on legal immigration has closed the doors to many of these bright young people who want to come to practice medicine in America. This administration has indefinitely paused most immigration processing from high-skilled visa applicants from 39 countries. Imagine that. Categorically saying if you are from country X, you're not welcome in America. What's worse, the administration has not provided any timeline or criteria for lifting these holds. It has a real personal impact. Let me tell you a story. My staff recently met with a doctor from Iran. Her name is Dr. Marnoush Abadi. She's a foreign medical graduate and research associate at Northwestern University, working on advanced cancer therapies. She recently matched into a family medicine residency at the University of Illinois College of Medicine in Bloomington, Illinois. But her residency position and legal status are at risk as a result of the processing hold that President Trump has put on Iranian nationals. She's not a combatant. She's not involved in politics. She just happens to be a brilliant cancer researcher who wants to help the people of America. She says she came to the United States to, quote, contribute to science and patient care. She may not be able to begin this residency in Bloomington, if at all, and she described it as incredibly difficult. Now, does this sound like someone who's one of the worst of the worst? Should we turn ICE loose on this hospital to arrest her and detain her? Absolutely not. What has happened to her is happening in hospitals all over the country, in blue states and red states, especially at a time when Republicans' big, beautiful bill is making a $1 trillion cut in Medicaid over the next several years, which will be devastating to rural hospitals. What sense does it make to close the door to this doctor whom we so desperately need? When we shut down legal pathways for qualified international students and professionals, you know who loses? We lose. Americans lose. You're not making America any safer, Mr. President, by telling this wonderful, talented, willing to serve person they're not welcome in America. Are we willing to walk away from this talent and disrupt scientific progress so we can say we stopped another person from a foreign country from coming in the United States? These are exactly the immigrants we need. What message are we sending to families and researchers by doing this? By the president's budget dramatically cutting medical research and the president's immigration policies willy-nilly hurting innocent people like this doctor. During Secretary Kennedy's testimony last week, he justified the proposed NIH cuts by saying, quote, a lot of money was wasted on so-called insane studies. Do you know who disagrees? The parents of a 3-year-old in Southern Illinois who've waited for more than a year to enroll their daughter in a rare genetic disease into an NIH-funded clinical trial. It could be their last hope. The chaos of the Trump administration has delayed the grant award, and their daughter waits day after day after day for this clinical trial, which is being held up by the Trump administration. Medical research is vital to safety, security, and prosperity of this nation, and we ought to encourage the best and brightest to aid us in these noble pursuits. Let me close by saying last year we came together despite President Trump's call for cuts in medical research. Democrats and Republicans ignored his request and actually gave more money for medical research. I want to salute the 2 senators on the Senate Appropriations Committee, Susan Collins, Republican of Maine, Patty Murray, Democrat of Washington. They were determined to make sure that we kept hope alive by putting this money in medical research. We need their leadership again, and we need the American people to say to the Trump administration, enough, stop this. This notion of cutting medical research is hurting America and American families. Give these doctors and researchers a chance to make this a better, safer nation. I yield the floor.
Madam President,
The senator from Vermont.
are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you. Madam President, the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, known as LIHEAP, is a life-saving program with a long history of bipartisan support from its very first days. LIHEAP was started in the administration of Ronald Reagan, and the program helps people in need heat their homes in the winter and cool their homes in the summer. You know, it's a beautiful day here in D.C., but Madam President, across the country, in many places, it's still very cold and it's still very hot. LIHEAP was established, as I mentioned, in 1981 by President Ronald Reagan, and it provides funding to states to help low-income households with energy costs. The program originally just covered heating, but in 1984, it was expanded to cooling, as it should be, because people in your state, people in Arizona, Nevada, many other states, are threatened by extreme heat, just as those in cold weather states like Vermont are threatened by extreme cold. This program has been reauthorized many times since its inception, and I'm so pleased that it's always been bipartisan, because the folks we represent, whether it's in cold or warm weather states, know that people need the security that they're not going to freeze to death or they're going to die of heat stroke. And that happens. That's real. And the Americans who rely on LIHEAP to heat their homes in the winter and stay cool in the summer are very scared. They need help, and their neighbors and friends need help and assurance that this program will continue. President Trump, in his budget, has proposed to zero out the budget for LIHEAP, literally to end what Ronald Reagan began. And when we're talking about those who do get some help with their heating bills, we're talking about folks who are barely able to pay their bills at the end of the month and often can't. And again, this is in your state and in my state. A family of four, the eligibility limit is $61,000. A single mother and a child, it's $40,000. A single person just trying to get by, it's $29,000. So Vermonters who are struggling to pay their bills themselves and are thinking of their neighbors across the country are concerned about this. I had a constituent from Essex, Vermont, urging me to protect LIHEAP because I know it gets awfully cold in North Dakota and in Minnesota. People in all our states understand how their neighbors, and in many cases they themselves, need this. This is not a luxury. It can be a matter of life and death for hundreds of thousands of Americans, from Montpelier to Fairbanks, Alaska. You know, this year, Burlington, Vermont had its coldest winter in 17 years, with more than 20 straight days of below freezing temperatures. In Fairbanks, Alaskans endured more than 89 days below zero, many days below 30 to 40 degrees below zero. And LIHEAP also provides cooling assistance to families in warm weather climates like Phoenix, Arizona, where more than 100 days a year saw temperatures of 100 degrees. You know, I've gone in some fuel deliveries with the fuel dealers who have a program to provide assistance. And what I know is Vermonters, when they see that fuel truck show up, are terrified because that is a big monthly bill. And without the assistance that we have been providing to people around the country to help them with this, they literally are facing freezing or heat stroke. That's also at a time when our heating bills are going up and our cooling bills. In December, household energy bills were up by more than 13%. The war in Iran has absolutely exacerbated that problem. Gas prices are up more than 30%, over $4 a gallon. They're approaching $5 a gallon. More and more commentators believe that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed for much longer, indefinitely. We don't know when, and that is also going to continue the pressure on the price of home heating fuel. You know, I do have a real contention with the administration when President Trump, on the one hand, is zeroing out the home heating assistance program, cooling assistance as well, but on the other hand is pursuing policies that are driving up energy costs, as we saw and are seeing with the war in Iran that has closed the Straits of Hormuz and is crippling the economy, but leading directly to higher home heating fuel cost. And that is in contrast with some of the comments that I can only characterize as cruel and totally out of it by some of his advisors. Kevin Hassett made a very telling remark to CNBC. Here's what he said, and I'll quote, "Well, it's very frustrating to go to the pump and see what the price of gasoline looks like. The benefit for the oil producers is significant." Seriously? What about your constituents and mine who are paying the price that is a benefit to the oil producers, and then find out that the home heating and cooling assistance help that they had last year is going to be zeroed out this year? That is absolutely outrageous. The only people benefiting from this energy crisis are people in big oil. They're making an estimated $30 million windfall every hour. The price goes up. It's painful for consumers and for businesses and for farmers, but it is a windfall for the oil companies. So shouldn't this Congress stand up and provide some help to maintain some sense of security for the people we represent? But proposing a 100% cut to federal LIHEAP funding, President Trump has made it clear what his priority is. It's accelerating the profits for the oil industry at the expense of people who have absolutely no control over what the price is at the pump, what the price is when that home heating gas or oil is being delivered to their home. Madam President, all of us are here in believing that we are fighting for the families that we represent in our states, and I'm fighting for Vermont families. And last week, Senator Reid and I filed an amendment to the Republican budget resolution that would protect LIHEAP from this zeroing out in the Trump budget. The amendment was not adopted, but I will keep fighting, and I hope many of my colleagues will join me to protect LIHEAP so that there can be some reassurance to the people who are going to be hammered and threatened by the zeroing out of this program. You know, in the past, Congress has, on a bipartisan basis, rejected the administration attempts to zero out the LIHEAP budget and illegally fire the staff that oversees the disbursement of LIHEAP funding to the states. That's why we included report language in the fiscal year 26 bill to require funds that are allocated to states be distributed on a timely basis. And that's true in Alabama, and it's true in Vermont. And I urge my colleagues to join those of us who want to make certain this fuel assistance is available to families, regardless of who they voted for, regardless of policy orientation, and regardless of politics. This is not a red state or blue state issue. Americans everywhere are paying for the reckless economic policies in this illegal war. And this war is imposing substantial and daily and punitive costs on struggling Americans, struggling farmers, and struggling businesses. But all of us are in need of maintaining this program, and we can if we come together to do it. You know, Texas receives about $181 million in LIHEAP funding, and it helps 65,000 households. Nebraska, $32 million, 53,000 households. So by attempting to zero out LIHEAP funding, the Trump administration has said it loud and clear, what's plain before our eyes. They're willing to throw Americans out in the cold or in the heat and are quite content with a $30 million an hour windfall for the oil companies. Madam President, my hope is that we in Congress, whatever our differences are, can work together to save and preserve the LIHEAP program, which is a lifeline for so many people you represent and I represent. I yield.
That's so good. From Kansas.
Madam President, I have one request for a committee to meet during today's session of the Senate. It has the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
And Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Cicada nomination be waived.
Without objection.
Madam President,
The senator from Kansas.
later this evening, the Senate will consider the nomination of Robert Cicada to serve as the director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, what we call ATF. In my capacity as chairman of the Appropriations Subcommittee that provides funding to the U.S. Department of Justice, including ATF, I've had many opportunities to get to know Rob. In his current role as Deputy Director of ATF, Mr. Cicada is a lawman. He worked the front lines of New York City police officer and rose through the ranks of ATF. He is an honorable man who believes in serving his community, enforcing the rule of law, and promoting public safety. The ATF is a multifaceted agency, and its regulations of firearms, a constitutionally protected right, has made it, at times, a politically challenging agency to lead. Rob's work and influence with state and local law enforcement is often demonstrated to me in the conversations I have with local sheriffs and police chiefs. Their respect for Rob is apparent, and Kansas law enforcement have shared with me how the ATF's partnerships have helped reduce gun violence in their areas. This was evident when Rob was in Wichita last November to help announce the opening of ATF's new field office, an effort that reflected his commitment to strengthening partnerships on the ground and supporting law enforcement where they need it the most. That same approach carried through in the agency's broader work, including the leadership in crime gun intelligence, particularly through the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, or NIBIN, which has been a game changer for fighting violent crime. In Kansas, Wichita State supports this work, and next month we'll open a new gun crime intelligence laboratory on campus, further expanding ATF's ability to provide cutting-edge forensic support to law enforcement nationwide. Simply put, ATF is a significant component of our efforts to combat violent crime and to support law enforcement, and I think no one is better prepared to lead this agency than Rob Cicada. I urge my colleagues to support his nomination, and Madam President, I yield the floor.
We are not. Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Robert Cicada of Florida to be Director, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Robert Cicada of Florida to be Director, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Cassidy, Kramer, Crapo, Graham, Kennedy, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Rounds, Shaheen, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Murphy, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Van Hollen, Warner, and Warren. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Rish. Mr. Rish, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no.
Mr. Lujan? No. Ms. Ernst? Aye. Do we have a second reading? Which, what is it? Oh, sorry, the second reading.
Hey, so Brian, are you calling Houston in? Because I got a dinner downtown.
Yes, sir. But do I have, I'm asking if I have a, Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 37, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Tennessee.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the President of the Senate be authorized to appoint a committee on the part of the Senate to join with a like committee on the part of the House of Representatives to escort His Majesty Charles III into the House chamber for the joint meeting on Tuesday, April 28, 2026.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the post-cloture time with respect to Executive Calendar Number 670 be expired, and at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Democratic Leader, no earlier than tomorrow, the Senate proceed to executive session and vote on confirmation of the nomination. Finally, if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
I send an executive resolution to the desk for the consideration of certain nominations en bloc to ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution for the information set.
Senate Resolution 690, executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
In order to place the executive resolution on the calendar, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard, the executive resolution will lie over for one calendar day.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I understand that there's a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S4372, a bill to combat fraud in federal programs and for other purposes.
In order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objection is heard. The bill will be replaced. The bill will be placed on the calendar.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to consideration of S-Res 689, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 689, congratulating the University of South Carolina Aiken women's polo team on winning the 2026 United States Polo Association Division I Women's National Intercollegiate Championship.
Is there an objection to proceeding? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, April the 28th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, that the Senate recess from 12:30 to 4 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings and joint address.
Without objection.
For the information of my colleagues, senators are asked to gather in the chamber at 2:20 p.m. tomorrow to proceed as a body to the hall of the House of Representatives for the joint address. If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.